Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public meeting of the Halton District School Board. The date is October the 12th, 2022. I would like to welcome our guests, both in the gallery and online. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate you being here to show your interest in discussions occurring at our board. A reminder, our agenda is always posted on hdsb.ca. Our bylaws dictate that the director or delegate has to post the agenda no less than 96 hours prior to the meeting. For those in our gallery, we welcome you here this evening. My role as chair is to maintain decorum so that the board may engage in discussion, debate, and decision-making regarding our mandated roles in a respectful and efficient manner. All persons attending meetings must show respect for others in their language and their conduct. Please know the HDSB is committed to providing a safe, secure, and respectful environment for all. Words or actions that make others feel threatened or demeaned will not be tolerated, and decisive action will be taken to ensure the safety and comfort of all. If you so choose to engage in continual inappropriate behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. If you are asked to leave, you will still be able to watch the meeting through the live stream on hdsb.ca. Please know we want you all to be here. We respect and appreciate your attendance in support of concerns that you have. I would like to remind you all, conversations and respectful debate are hallmarks of our board. Please be mindful of your tone, your language, and our rules of the road. Although many of us are here, we have also been able to work with those who are unable to be here in person. This flexibility allows us to use a hybrid approach for this board meeting, allowing people the flexibility of attending either online or in person. We do have one delegation this evening. For those of you who are unaware, the process of delegating the board requires requests to be submitted by noon 2 days prior to the board meeting. Requests for delegations can be submitted through the HDSB website. Again, I do want to emphasize that visitors and media attending are able to watch the duration of the meeting from the gallery. If visitors and media have questions, please submit your questions through the electronic question submission form on the HDSB website. Posters are around the room with the QR code link directly to this form. Question period is item 7.8 on the agenda. However, if multiple or similarly themed questions are asked and answered over the course of the meeting, questions will not be repeated. We would ask in that case that you return to review the meeting video, which will be posted on the board website as per our usual practice. We ask all visitors and media to remain seated for the duration of the meeting. We remind those visiting, including media, that participation in this meeting must be done through the online form. I will now take roll call. Trustee Amos.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Collard.
Good evening.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you, I am here.
Vice Chair Harrison.
Hello.
Trustee Garrett's will be arriving. Oh,
I'm here.
You're here. Good. She was arriving late, but that's great you're here. Thank you so much. Trustee Gray?
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Grabentz?
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Oliver?
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Reynolds?
I'm present.
Trustee Rocha?
I'm here.
Trustee Regario?
Present.
And Trustee Wang?
Present.
Thank you. Associate Director Salmini, can you please note the staff which are in attendance this evening?
Good evening, everyone. I'm the designate for the director this evening, and we have a full complement of staff other than Superintendent Ruddick, who is away.
Thank you very much. Tonight, Trustee Collard will be honoring the land.
Thank you. Halton, as we know it today, is rich in history and modern traditions of many First Nations and the Métis. From the Anishinaabe to the Attawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Métis, the lands surrounding the Great Lakes are steeped in Indigenous history. As we gather today on these treaty lands, we have the responsibility to honor and respect the four directions: land, waters, plants, animals, ancestors that walked before us, and all the wonderful elements of creation that exist. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for sharing their traditional territory with us.
Thank you, Trustee Collard. We're now up to item 1.1.4, which is a
Sorry, 1 second, please. I'd like to
Do you think this is the right time to be doing this?
called Protect the Student. It reads,
I'm just going to call a recess. Thank you very much. And if you can please escort him out of the room, thank you.
should be fired for allowing a female identifying shop teacher to wear enormous fake breasts that are barely contained
Point of order, Madam Chair.
while teaching. Who
Are you We're going to reconvene. I just want to start off by apologizing to all of you. You shouldn't have had to go through that, particularly on a day that you're here to celebrate the inspirational acts that you've done. We really appreciate the grit you all had in dealing with that. As Tracy and I'm just going to talk off the cuff for a minute, talked about just before we started, democracy takes all kinds of people. But if you aren't going to abide by the rules, you're not going to be able to stay. So we really, really do appreciate the fact that you were able to stay with us all. So thank you very much for coming. Before we get to the Inspire Awards, I'm just going to take a moment to acknowledge the History and Heritage Months that are in October, of which there are two. So there is Hispanic Heritage Month, which is also known as Latin Heritage Month, which is an opportunity to remember, celebrate, and educate future generations about the outstanding achievements and contributions of the Hispanic people in the province. According to Statistics Canada, there were upward of 674,640 residents with Latin American background in Canada in 2016. So in 2018, the Parliament of Canada proclaimed October as Latin American Heritage Month in recognition of the Latin American community's tremendous contribution to Canadian society. Hailing from all 20 Latin American countries, Canadians of Latin American origin make up a large and growing community in Canada. They enrich our national fabric with their diverse and vibrant cultures, cuisine, music, dance, and more. Also, members of the Latin American community play an important role in Canadians' growth and prosperity thanks to their entrepreneurial spirit. We invite all Canadians to learn more about Latin American heritage and to honor the rich cultural and artistic traditions of our fellow Canadians of Latin American origin. Also in October is Islamic History Month. So Canadian Islamic History Month was proclaimed by Parliament in 2007. This month recognizes the significant role that Muslim communities play in Canadian society and highlights their extraordinary contributions. Canadians have an opportunity this month to learn more about the history of Islam in Canada and recognize the many achievements of Muslim Canadians in the arts, sports, academics, sciences, literature, and their communities. It's also a time to acknowledge the ongoing challenges and barriers that Muslim Canadians face. This year has been difficult for Muslim communities across Canada as we saw the horrific results of racism and hate. Together, we must combat all forms of discrimination, Islamophobia, and hate-fueled violence directed at Muslim communities across the country. This month is a time to continue working towards a compassionate, inclusive, and safer Canada for everyone. So now we're up to the agenda. Trustee Reynolds, would you like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And Trustee Garrett, would you like to second that motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to approving the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. Are there any declarations of possible conflicts of interest? Great. Seeing none, we're now up to item 2.0, delegations and presentations to the board. And we will start with 2.1, which is the Inspire Awards. An Inspire Award is given to an individual or group that is formally or informally associated with the Halton District School Board, who support our students and their achievements through exemplary caring, initiative, innovation, and creativity. Tonight, we have 9 awards to present. Trustee Grebenz will run the presentation created by Heather Francie in the Communications Department. Before each presentation, I will name the recipients and the name of the trustee presenting the award. So we will start with Melissa Williams from Aldershot School. Melissa will be receiving her award at the school, and Trustee Reynolds will be presenting that to her. Melissa Williams is a sunshine day cleaner at Aldershot School, and she is amazing. She anticipates what needs to happen and complete tasks before people even realize they're required. She's involved in all school events and participates in spirit days and special celebrations, including Pride Month and Fun Friday accessories. She goes above and beyond for the school, the students, and the staff. In addition to being spectacular at her job, Melissa is kind, and Aldershot is so lucky to have her. Thank you so much, Melissa. Next up, we have Alex Bramwell, who is from Rolling Meadows Public School, and again, he will be receiving his award at the school, and Trustee Reynolds will be presenting it to him. Alex is the head caretaker at Rolling Meadows Primary School. He goes above and beyond on a daily basis, anticipating concerns or barriers and problem solves to find creative and innovative solutions. Proactive, incredibly responsible, and engaged, he cares about the impact that he makes on the school. Alex communicates with staff and helps support the smooth running of a school. His level of care and concern for the school building is very appreciated. His attention to facility details allows for Rolling Meadows educators to work with students in a ready-to-learn environment. Alex identifies problems and implements the solution, and for that, we are thankful. Thank you so much, Alex. Next up, we have Tiffany Cole, and Trustee Donna Danielli will be presenting. Tiffany Cole is a designated early childhood educator at Martin Street Public School. An invaluable asset, she consistently dedicates her time to extracurricular activities and goes out of her way to support staff, families, and students. She is a leader in the school, both in her commitment to supporting well-being for all, as well as her willingness to help in all areas beyond just her kindergarten classroom. Tiffany has helped assign grade 8 buddies for kindergarten students so that they can board and deboard the bus safely. An outstanding educator who provides an attentive ear and calming space for students, Tiffany is a caring individual who is deeply dedicated to education and makes Martin Street Primary School a caring and inclusive place for all. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Our next recipient is Deidre Stijahar from White Oak Secondary School, and Trustee Amos will be presenting her award at the school at a later time. Deirdre is a social worker at White Oak Secondary School. Working tirelessly to support students, she creates a caring, nurturing, supportive, and safe environment for students and staff alike. Deirdre is an integral part of the White Oaks community fabric. Many students have come to rely on her and her support for mental and student well-being, always making herself available to support students and staff. A strong advocate for all students, Deirdre feels that preventative measures and support are equally as effective as one-to-one support. Deirdre is integral in providing staff PD for students' support, including providing suicide awareness sessions. Deirdre is willing to meet students where they are in order to make sure they get the support they need and to be successful as possible in school. A valuable resource for all staff, Deirdre ensures that the school environment is welcoming and safe for all. Congratulations, Deirdre. Okay. Next up, we have Vittorio Iafrati, and Vice Chair Al Harrison will be presenting. Vittorio Iafredi is a teacher at T.A. Blakelock High School. This Inspire Award nomination is for his role at the virtual school secondary. Parents commended Vittorio for going above and beyond to support their children. He explains difficult concepts in an easy-to-understand manner and is patient to ensure students succeed. Vittorio considers students' mental health and learning styles to ensure each individual learner is supported. He inspires students through his use of universal design for learning built into all lessons. All lessons are recorded and are available for students to refer to and work through problems after class. This supports visual, kinesthetic, and auditory learners who can work through the class as he does. He also provides practice questions and exit quizzes to ensure student knowledge, but stresses to the student that they should only do this if they need or want to. He has reinforced that doing work for the sake of doing work has no value at all. Vittorio is an example of how the best teachers can support all learners with compassion and can help students find success in even the most challenging subjects. Congratulations, Vittorio. Okay, our next recipients are Kathy Lawrence, Special Educational Resource Teacher, Krista McLaren, Teacher, and Michelle Pacey, who is a CERT at Tecumseh Public School. I will be presenting this award to them on Friday at the school. The CERT and Student Success team of Michelle Pacey, Kathy Lawrence, and Krista McLaren have played a critical role in supporting the students of Tecumseh Public School. They work an efficient, highly collaborative team that is available to everyone. Staff rely on them to solve problems and provide information, which they do in a consistently kind and calm way. Their role this year, helping students with their mental health, is admirable. They are all able to turn on a dime to engage in conversations or diffuse a crisis. They all approach every situation with integrity, always integrating unique and creative solutions. Congratulations, and I look forward to giving you the award on Friday. Next up is Madison Robson from P.L. Robinson Public School. Trustee Garretts will be presenting this award at the school. Madison is an EA at P.L. Robinson Public School. Although being new to the board and the school, Madison has been an exemplary EA. She works with students with special educational needs and establishes amazing bonds with them. She is able to reach students at their level and make their time at school successful and happy. She inspires us to find ways to connect with our students. The transformation and smiles on the faces of the students Madison works with is amazing to see. Congratulations, Madison. All right, next up is Amy Gimple from Lakeshore Public Schools, and Trustee Reynolds will be giving this award to her at the school. Amy Gimple is a teacher at Lakeshore Public School. Always encouraging her students to read, her inspiring work creates a positive environment that encourages successful learning around student reading and writing. Amy has been very effective at identifying challenges to learning, such as those encountered during the pandemic, and puts in place a number of supports and activities for students to remain engaged in the classroom. This includes regular picture prompt writing sessions that were accessible and inclusive of all students. She also guided students through an extensive research, writing, and reading assignment called Animal Research Slides, where students researched, wrote about, and presented information about the animals of their choice. Amy has an amazing sense of care for her students. She continues to inspire them, and not just students, but their families as well. Congratulations, Amy. Next up is Kirsten Dahl from John William Boyce Public School, and Trustee Collard will be presenting this. Kirsten is a teacher at John William Boych Public School. Her inclusion of yoga and meditation techniques into student learning has helped show tangible results in the overall respect and kindness between peers. This is a common thread at JWB, but it has become apparent that Kirsten's practices and genuine caring attitude for her students' academic and personality growth are an inspiration and influence to the entire culture of the school. Her focus on inclusion makes all students feel important and confident to realize their fullest potential. She is a pillar in the community and the go-to person for advice or to connect to others within the community. She has built many years of service, helping shape some of the brightest, most mindful, and creative students in our region. She has become a family friend and a mentor to children in and out of the classroom. Congratulations, Kirsten. And I'm going to pass the mic over to Vice Chair Harrison.
Okay, I'd like to invite Matthew Eslett to come forward and receive your Inspire Award. So let me tell you a little bit about Matthew. He's inspired a significant number of students, teaching and non-teaching staff, and community members within the Halton District School Board. He's devoted hundreds of hours to the growth of its elementary school soccer program from 2016 to 2022 through the independent organization of inclusive events and collaboration with schools such as Forest Trail, Boyne, Brookdale, and E.J. James. He has supported over 20 HDSB tournaments with tasks including training and assigning match officials, coordinating competition packages, developing rules that prioritize equity and safety, compiling award orders to recognize individuals and collective achievements, sharing coaching resources for educators who are new to the sport, distributing invitations, tracking registrations, communicating with principals and coaches, and attending many events on site to provide mentorship. Wow. He constructs tiered formats so all athletes can achieve their developmental levels and involves student members in tasks to cultivate their leadership skills as well. His enthusiasm, servant leadership, and engagement has greatly impacted thousands of junior and intermediate students, parents, guardians, teachers, non-teaching staff, administrators, coaches, mentors, referees, local suppliers, and the broader community. His efforts have expanded the number of indoor and outdoor soccer tournaments offered during this time frame, while over 35 graduating elementary students have already returned to coach, officiate, and convene and volunteer. You're truly inspiring. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Yes, so congratulations to all our Inspire Award recipients for your outstanding support of students in the Halton District School Board. We would really love it if we could get a picture of you all together. Go on up. This is the fun stuff. Okay, perfect. Thank you all so much for coming. And a quick special thank you to Susan Thrasher in the director's office, who every month works to ensure we receive all the information to assess you all. So really appreciate that as well. Thank you, everyone. So for everybody watching out there, it's really easy to nominate people for an Inspire Award. The nomination form is available on the HDSB website, and everyone in the Halton District School Board community can nominate or be nominated. Families, neighbors, related organizations, staff, students, and volunteers. All nominations are gratefully received by the trustees. So we are now up to delegations. And as per our agenda, we have one delegation this evening from Mr. John B. Challenor II, surrounding the topic of school naming.
Madam Chair, trustees of the board and senior staff.
Can you just wait for a second? I got to tell you what you have to do.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So, Mr. Challenger, you have up to 5 minutes for your presentation to the board. I will be using the timer function on my phone, and I'll give you a signal at the 1 minute mark. Following the delegation, I will open the floor to the trustees for up to 10 minutes for questions and clarifications for either the presenter or from staff. So whenever you're ready to go ahead.
Madam Chair, trustees of the board and senior staff, thank you for the opportunity to delegate this evening with respect to the proposed school naming policy and governance procedure. Over the next 5 minutes, I will make the case for naming public elementary and secondary schools in Halton for people. As background, I bring the following related experience to this discussion this evening. In 1999, the late local historian Jim Dills and I worked with former town of Milton Planning Director Mel Iovio to establish a street naming policy for the rapidly growing community of Milton, establishing the criteria, researching the appropriate names, and building the database of street names that continues to be used and built upon to this day. In 2007, Mr. Dills and I co-authored the coffee table quality book, Milton Streets, the history of Milton villages, hamlets, neighborhoods, and street names. For the last 18 months, that book has been the basis of a weekly radio show on FM 101 with Cameron Wilkinson about the history behind Milton street names. And in 2007, I founded the Town of Milton Walk of Fame as a Town of Milton 150th Anniversary Legacy Project. The Walk of Fame is in its 15th year, with more than 70 inductees who have specifically gained unprecedented national and international stature in the fields of athletics, commerce, entertainment, government, and science. For many decades, Milton Catholic schools were named for saints, and Milton public schools were named for saintly educators. The Catholic school system moved away from naming schools for holy paragons in Milton in the 1980s, was stung by that decision recently with the Jean Vanier Catholic Schools matter, and has returned to its original practice of naming schools for saints. The public school system also moved away from naming schools for educators in the early 2000s in Milton, and has experienced varying degrees of public commentary about some of the namings. But rather than throw the proverbial baby out with the bathwater in an attempt to avoid future controversy on the scale of the Jean Vanier matter, I humbly request that the board give consideration to returning to past practice and name its schools for educators of distinction. Why? Like me, I suspect that other than your parents, the greatest positive influence in your life was a teacher. And Milton is blessed with elementary schools named decades ago for some of our community's finest educators and education leaders, like J.M. Deniers, W.I. Dick, and E.W. Foster. In fact, E.W. Foster taught me. Through its Milton Biographies series and other research Milton Historical Society routinely does each and every day, the Society could furnish Halton District School Board with 24 or more names of educators and trustees by week's end, and at no cost, from which to select elementary and secondary school names from. 3 names immediately come to mind. Elizabeth Harrison, the first teacher in Milton, and maybe the first teacher in Halton. J.E. Marcellus, an educator for 47 years who served as principal of Milton Public School and later as principal of Milton High School. And Michael Ledwith, who was a trustee and chairman of Milton Public School at the time of its greatest growth. And based on what I know of the historical societies in Burlington, Halton Hills, and Oakville, I strongly suspect they could do the same. So instead of attempting to simply avoid future controversy, let's work together to build a fail-safe process that permits the board to name elementary and secondary schools for its best and brightest former employees and leaders. It's up to you to build the process and reach out to the various historical societies as you see fit. But here are a few ground rules to consider that may ease your trepidation. The nominations must be peer-reviewed by a minimum of 2 recognized local historians before they are submitted to you for consideration. The nominations must be educators or education leaders of distinction based on board employment records and other local historic documentation. And the nominee must be deceased because nobody can get into much trouble when they're dead. In closing, educators play an especially important role in our lives, and like places of worship, schools are more than just buildings where we gather to learn. They are iconic institutions in our communities that by their very presence can help to inspire us to lead great lives. Let's name them for those who served as our community's greatest sources of learning, discipline, and mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from trustees for Mr. Challoner? Trustee Collard.
Thank you. I don't really have a question. It's more of a comment. I just wanted to thank Mr. Challoner for bringing this information to our attention and for providing the information to us in such a way that was both timely and within the 5-minute limit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Harrison.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just echoing Trustee Collard's gratitude for the presentation and information. I wonder about the reason for limiting naming to educators. So there may be others in the community, for example, where one could argue they've had similar impactful actions in their lifetimes.
Yeah, great question. My response is that in our community, and I suspect in Oakville, Burlington, and Georgetown and Acton, there are a number of great educators who would more than cover the base in terms of what you're looking for in terms of volume of names to name schools. I also think that naming the schools for educators is most relevant. I recall that, I went to J.M. Denye's as an example as an elementary student. And as part of the process of being in that school, we came to learn of the mentorship, the wise counsel that J.M. Denye's provided literally generations of teachers and generations of students. He really was, one of the leaders in our community, and I can say that quite frankly about all of those who have schools named for them in our community. And again, I suspect that's the case in all the other communities. And so I think it's a great place to start. Teachers have a tremendous influence on students, more so than many other people in the community. They're with them, many hours each day for many years. And what we learn from teachers goes far beyond, traditional education, the curriculum. I recall, and not to be long, Vice Chair Harrison, but so who was my mentor? A guy by the name of Ted Blackmore was my grade 8 teacher. And, he was my homeroom teacher. I think he taught me geography as well. And he was such an influence on me as a 13-year-old boy, well beyond what I was learning at Martin Street Senior Public School at that time. He really helped me to understand, my role in society, how I should be conducting myself, discipline, all these kinds of things that, really help a young person prepare for the future. And I would say that when I look at some of the nominations that have come forward over the years, and I've been looking at it for 10 to 15 years, a number of educators' names and education leaders have come forward to the board for consideration. And I think that if you canvass the public in our community, they probably would prefer that the schools be named for educators who truly made a difference in Milton.
Trustee Garretts.
Thank you, through you to our guest delegator, Mr. Challoner. Thank you very much for coming in today and really One of your quotes, I believe, was our schools aren't just buildings, they're, core community centers. And I absolutely believe you and agree with you. And much of what you said tonight, I hear from my constituents a lot. And so I just want to say thank you very much for voicing what many, many people are saying in Milton.
Thank you. I think Trustee Gray, then Trustee Rocha.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Through the chair to Mr. Challoner. Much as what has been expressed here tonight, I would agree with. However, in naming schools after educators, once they've left education, because as our school naming and renaming policy would suggest, that people cannot be current, and you've actually identified that they actually should not be current in another way, perhaps. Nevertheless, I just wanted to express that. Whereas, do you have any concerns about, say, an individual teacher who's a stellar teacher being exemplary in their practice and being revered by a population of students who've had that teacher, and then years later, after that teacher's long out of education and has passed away, their relevance to the community may not be as strong as it was when they were working in that community. Is that a concern to you, the relevance of the individual in a futuristic sense?
It's not, and quite frankly, it's up to the leadership in that school to ensure that both the educators in that school and the students who attend that school know of that educator's commitment and what they achieved as an educator in that school and why that school is named for them. And when I attended J.M. Denye's, that was done, and it was vitally important that it be done. So, the kids were asking the question, "Who is J.M. Denye's?" And so, at the beginning of every year, we had a few minutes from the principal of the day about J.M. Denye's, and as you got older, you really came to understand just what his contribution was, because as you mature, you understand more so the importance of education, and so it really is incumbent upon the leadership of the school to ensure that everybody understands why that individual is just so significant to the community and education.
Thank you.
Trustee Rocha.
Thank you. Every day I try to learn something new, and today my lesson came during this board meeting. So thank you for providing a historical lesson with some of our school names. One of the things you mentioned is that you'd like to see more schools named for educators. So how would you suggest the public submit those names so that those names can come forward? Because I'm not sure if you're familiar, but how we collect names, we go to the public and many names are submitted. So how would you envision more of those educators' names coming forward?
I frankly would start with the historical societies in each of the communities, because they have databases of most of the educators, and they have certainly databases containing the information about the significant educators in each of their communities. And I can tell you that the list of educators in each of those communities is far greater than what you'll probably ever need, at least in our lifetime, in terms of new school names. That's where I would start. That way you're fair. You're not forgetting those from the past who didn't have a school name for them because there wasn't a school being built. And then on top of that, sure, I think that you invite the public to continue to provide names, send them back to the historical societies to research, as well as to the board to research, because there is a responsibility of the board as well when it comes to that teacher's employment record. I strongly recommend that the teacher not be on the planet anymore. I think it just eliminates a problem. And I realize that may not sound very fair, but I also know, like I say, I could furnish you with a dozen names by Friday from Milton of some great educators who've never been recognized for the work they've done, and I gave you 3 tonight. And I suspect the number is even larger in Oakville and Burlington because they're larger communities. And so, you know, build that database, and then, yes, go out and ask the public, and perhaps make the criteria that the person must be deceased, and that the research that comes forward needs to be peer reviewed, so that you're protected and future generations are protected. And I think that when you look at, as an example, Trustee Rocha, there's never been an issue with the educators in Milton who have a school named for them, and I suspect that's also the case in the other communities. And that's because the work was done. They were great people, and so let's get back to the work, and let's use the brain power that you've got in these great historical societies across the region, and have them provide you with what you need to go forward, you know, with your best foot.
Thank you so much. Oh, somebody else put their hand up, but I can't see because I forgot my glasses. Trustee Regario.
Thank you, through the chair, to Mr. Chadler. I would like to thank you for bringing this topic of school naming and specifically highlighting the impact teachers have on students. I think that's very important that that discussion is being included. But my question for you today is, do you have a concern that these past educators who schools will be named after will have a challenge to connect with current practices and values of students and be a reflection of modern students in the HDSB?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, and I would say no. I think that if you focus on how they prepared students for the future, how they led their fellow educators, the role they played in the community in which they served, I think that's universal. And when I look at, as an example, so I have 2 children. They're adult children. One is 37. The other one is 32, almost 33. And you know, I've had interaction with their teachers through their educational careers. Obviously, I had a lot of time spent with the teachers that I spent time with in Milton and in Toronto. And there's a lot of similarities to be drawn, and it goes back to you know, what is the role of a teacher? And I don't think that has changed that much historically. You know, there's a curriculum that has to be taught, but there's additional things that we all benefit from with teachers: mentorship, discipline. You know, just role modeling, as an example. Ted Blackburn I talked about was a role model for me in grade 8. Those things don't change, and I think when you look at your grandfather, look at your father. If you've got older brothers and sisters that have their own children, look at the role your brothers and sisters are playing in that. It's, you know, it is universal. It spans generations, and there are basic fundamental aspects of it. And so I think that just the way that I was inspired and took lessons from understanding who J.M. Deniers was, I think that you would do the same in a school that was named for an educator of distinction.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, historical knowledge, and perspective. So this item will fall under the school naming policy and governance procedure, which is item 6.2.1 on the agenda for this evening. So you're welcome to stay for that if you'd like to. Again, we do really appreciate the time you took to research your delegation and bring it forward to us. And I know a lot of us learned a lot tonight. So thank you so much.
Point of order, please.
Yes?
To the chair, I did put my name on the speaker list.
Oh, sorry. Trustee Reynolds. It's hard to. Oh, sorry. Trustee Reynolds.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to follow up on Trustee Reguero's comment. Because I certainly agree, and I think everybody in the room would agree that recognizing teachers is really important. And I just wanted to point out that our current policy does not provide a barrier for that action. That teachers, individuals can submit names on teachers right now. So that's something that I felt was important that we clarify. But I'm not always, I also wanted to point out that there are lots of ways we should and could recognize teachers. And, I think it's important that we reflect on, we've had Inspire Awards this evening at the Halton District School Board. There are Prime Minister Awards for teaching. There are Order of Canada Awards. And I think it's important that we continue to share opportunities to recognize these people. I think I'm going to stop my comments now because I think that we have before us a motion about naming schools after people, and perhaps my comments are best suited for that moment. But I want to just thank the presenter. Though I do have one question, and I don't know how to couch this, but I think it speaks to the Halton District School Board. We are an educational institution, and we have embedded the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to actions in a lot of our policies, and certainly in our naming policy. We provide for diversity, and certainly want to acknowledge that Indigenous lands can be recognized in our school names. So I guess what my question is, from not knowing a lot about the Milton Historical Society, is how has the organization considered, I want to say, the impact of colonialism on naming streets and communities after people in recent years, and perhaps not acknowledging the importance of the land previously, the land, the First Peoples, and how you're considering that in your discussions. I would really like to understand.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you that Milton Historical Society and the town of Milton were ahead of the curve on that. And in our database that we established between 1997 and 1999, we submitted and received approval for names that acknowledge the Indigenous cultures that were near our community in the 1600s. So there are streets named for various Indigenous cultures that went through that part of Halton 400 and 500 years ago. So that's how we did it. In terms of how do we acknowledge the Truth and Reconciliation Commission findings today, we have Indigenous speakers. We have a monthly speaker series program at Milton Historical Society, and once a year we have a guest who speaks on Indigenous matters. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you for clarifying how you consider Indigenous names and Indigenous language, and perhaps even treaty rights in your naming process, because I think that's important to know that we are aligned in our values in this area.
Yeah, and I would add that the other thing to contemplate here, Madam Chair and trustees, is branding. And I hate to raise it sounds so corporate at times, but the reality is that your organization is concerned about its brand, and you take efforts and make investments that embellish that brand, support that brand. And this is part of that. In naming schools for educators, this is a point of pride, or should be taken as that, by this organization, that you had educators and education leaders at this level that were worthy of this kind of recognition, and that you were very proud of, and proud to share the history of for generations to come, and to point to these people as this is the kind of leadership that we should be exhibiting as a board, as educators, and as a community.
Thank you. And we have a super quick question from Trustee Daniele.
More comment than question, I apologize. Just my personal thanks to Councillor Challoner for taking time to be here tonight. And also just for anyone who is interested, the Milton Historical Society, this is not a one-off that they've done. 2 weeks ago, I was in their facility because they were doing a presentation on the history of Milton schools and the historical names and what everything meant. So this is not something that has just come out of nowhere. It is something that is within the mandate and the focus and the scope of the Milton Historical Society. And I just wanted to thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Trustee.
Again, thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. Okay, we are now up to our presentation, Investing in Your School Library.
Hi, everyone. I think most of you know me, but just in case, I'm Lynn Goodwin. I'm the manager in library services. And with me, I have Jovan Djurjevic. He's the library teacher at Aldershot School. On behalf of our committee, which also includes Jeanette Wetherill, who's our library services library technician, we have a brief presentation to share. We want to thank you in advance for giving us the time at tonight's meeting. So you'll recall that we made some changes to our school library staffing last year, and I think most of us, or all of us, could agree that our libraries are very different today than they were even just a few short years ago. And this is really true for our HDSB libraries as well. Tonight, we're going to show you 4 short library commercials, and I mean short, they're like 40 seconds long, and they're going to show you some of the amazing things that are happening in our school libraries that benefit our students and staff. During the videos, you might hear a reference to cost sheets. Just for your awareness, this is just a tool that we've created to help our administrators quickly be able to access the information or the resources that are talked about in the videos. So that's really what that's about, just in case you're going, what is that? So as a means of promotion, we really hope these videos spark your interest to stop into your area school libraries and check out what's happening. So we're going to watch the videos, and I want to thank Kevin Raposo. He has said, all you have to do, Lynn, is press the space bar. I'm like, beautiful. So we're going to watch the videos, and then we'll have a few follow-up remarks from Jovan. And thank you for the lights.
Hello, and welcome to the Alcamigo Learning Commons. My name is Sujana, and this is my library. Here, in addition to what you're used to, we focus on media creation and exploration. Here, we have a creation station where staff and students can create presentations using our innovative lightboard and podcast equipment. Here, we have 3D printers, Cricut machines, and sewing machines to use when creating co-created cross-curricular assignments. Contact Library Services to cost out these features for your library space.
Hello, and welcome to Hayden School Library. My name is Nolan, and this is my library. And here, in addition to what we are used to, we focus on cross-curricular collaboration. Our grade 9 English class partnered with the science class to create a cross-curricular garden outside the library. We researched native plants in the library and wrote EPEC paragraphs justifying our choices. The science class came to the library to measure the space, draw diagrams, and test the soil. The construction class made signs for the plants, and our English class went to Terra to choose the plants. Our science class weeded the garden and added fresh soil. Our English class planted the pollinators in the afternoon with help from the volunteers from the Eco Club, and the City of Burlington and the Burlington Public Library will help water it over the summer. And you too can get this for a low cost of $500 or check with library services.
Hi, my name is James and welcome to Garth Webb Secondary School Library, where in addition to what you're used to, we'll focus on student and staff wellness. Upon arrival, you're immediately greeted by windows all around with clear sight lines to the outdoors. Tables and seating are positioned strategically to allow for mindfulness breaks, natural light, and accessibility. And when you actually want to be outside, consider asking your teacher to book the rolling tub of lawn chairs. Do you need to charge your phone, tablet, or device? Well, don't panic. The lockable charging station has you covered. Looking beyond the obvious, there are other ways that our library is a welcoming and positive space. Or, if you forgot your pen or calculator at home, there's the Yes Station, where miscellaneous items are available, no questions asked. And if you want to just pull up a seat at the coloring table, grab a game or doodle on the marker board tables or mobile whiteboards. Thanks for watching. If you like what you see, please reach out to HGSB Library Services for itemized pricing. Wellness at your library, making the space so much more.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim, and we're here in the Aldershot Library. In addition to everything else you're used to, we focus on innovation. Here, we have the makerspace. It's used by many people here in the library. Old computer parts are brought here to be taken apart and studied. People say the best way to understand how something works is by taking it apart, and this is what the makerspace allows us to do. You can get this for the price of $8,000. See costing sheet on the Halton website and make your library so much more.
So just to briefly add, as someone that's fortunate enough to work in one of the spaces that was featured in the videos today, I just wanted to attest to the fact that the kids truly do enjoy it. We've had renovations put in and it's become a night and day world of difference. As you saw in the videos, the kids did a great job explaining various reasons why they enjoy using this learning space so much. It is essentially the hub or the heart of the school, the largest classroom in the building. And with some investments put in, it can really go a long way. One common theme that sort of unites or threads these four projects together is the universality of the learner and the inclusive nature of the space. It kind of makes my day when I get there and you see kids playing chess and building Lego at 7:30 in the morning, hanging out after school. So the main message is that we would want to encourage this to hopefully happen at more schools and for you to come and see in person and go from there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? I don't know who that is. Trustee Ruggiero.
Thank you. Through the chair to the delegators, I would just like to highlight and thank you for all the work that you've done to support libraries. It was nice to see Hayden, my home high school, showcased. And it's truly a space that I access, and I know students across not only my school and the board utilize every day for simply the fact of its versatility that it has for student learning and engagement. It's really a safe space for students to express themselves. And often when there isn't an area for a student to pursue a certain passion, whether that be chess in the school or computers or technology, the library has an opportunity for students to showcase their passion. And so it's really valuable that we consider the importance of libraries within our schools, especially for students and the impact it has as a safe environment for students to learn, grow, and play in the HDSV. So I would like to thank you for coming here today and showcasing this wonderful opportunity of some of our greatest libraries. But I also like to hear that we're looking to expand how we engage students and our library services in the school board. So thank you.
So thank you so much for those positive comments. We really appreciate hearing that. And yes, that is our intention, is to take these fantastic commercials that are really student-led and student-created, and take them, share them across our system, and really encourage our school administrators to continue on with library renewal plans as we go forward. So thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Just to add briefly, if I may as well, it was great to hear you mention the fact that they're versatile spaces and safe places. We have the exact same view as well. They're often refuges, right? When students, maybe aren't quite sure where to eat their lunch, they're able to meet new peers that are like-minded, and there's something for everyone in these spaces. So thank you for pointing that out as well.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wang.
I kind of want to just build off of what Trustee Ruggiero said and come speak from an opposite experience, where I come from a high school that doesn't have one of these libraries and whose library is pretty traditional. I can already think of people off the top of my head who would benefit so much if my library was transformed and had so much more kind of opportunities to engage outside of just sitting there and studying. And my library, even though it's pretty traditional, it's one of the spaces where you find students the most. At lunch, even if you're there 20 minutes after the bell, it's already full, but there's not much to do with that space. And I think that with the amount of students who go to the library to, just simply do things like study, to work on group projects with their friends, to just find a space to stay in while they have perhaps nothing to do during that period or nothing to do during lunch, it would be a great way to engage students with the school, to engage students further with their learning, and would also provide a lot of opportunities for people to kind of be more interested in learning, be more interested in skills and topics that they perhaps would have never found interest in without these types of innovations. And so it's great to hear that all of these students benefited so much from a library like this. I can imagine that I would benefit so much from a library like this, and I would love to see more support for these types of initiatives in transforming our libraries across the board, so that every student will be able to have this type of experience moving forward in the future. Wonderful commercials. I loved it so much.
I think we're going to have to get the both of you in the next videos. We agree with everything you said. That's great. It is true, though. It is a central gathering and a meeting place. It's often used by clubs as well. And yeah, it's the hub of the school. Often the busiest place as well at lunch.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any further question? Oh, there's a question at the back.
Hi, I'm a social worker. I graduated from University of Waterloo. I'm pursuing my master's, and I went to this. I was a student in the Niagara School Board, and I noticed when I was in high school, I graduated in 2016.
So she's not.
I was wondering, what kind of if you're creating spaces for LGBTQ, because I noticed that in my school we didn't have that, and also for racialized safe spaces as well. So I was wondering if that's kind of being included in that.
Sure. Thank you very much for that question. And yes, I think just as Yovan was saying, our school libraries are the very safe space for all of our students. And I think our collections really reflect all of our learners, whether they're at the school or globally throughout the world. So we do try to have a very diverse collection of materials. I know the libraries are often used for, I'm not sure if GSA is the correct term anymore, but for the committees. So there's lots of opportunities for all users to come into our school libraries and use the space. So thank you for that question. That's great.
A lot of our libraries have seminar rooms that are specifically booked as well for clubs doing this important work.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for answering that question. I'm really sorry. I thought you were part of the library group, which is why I let you speak, but we don't usually take questions from the audience. But again, thank you. In that way. All right, thank you so much for the presentation. We really do appreciate it and love the commercials. So again, thank you so much for all the presentations, for the delegations, and for all the Inspire Awards that we went through this evening. It was a great sort of capping off to a bit of a rocky start. So thank you so much to everybody who helped out. So we are now up to items 3.0 and 4.0, which are the consent agenda items for approval and information. And this includes item 3.1 and 3.2 for approval, which are the board minute meetings from September the 21st and the special board minute meetings from September the 28th. And then for information, we have the order paper, the board report schedule, the Ombudsman Office annual report, and the suspension and expulsion report update. So I'm going to put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the HDSB approve the consent agenda items for approval and receive the information items for October the 12th, 2022. Trustee Gray, would you like to move a motion to deal with the consent agenda?
Yes, I would.
Thank you so much. And Trustee Oliver, would you like to second that motion?
I do second. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any items to be pulled for discussion? If I could ask a question, then if nobody else has any questions about the suspension and expulsion report. And I just have to find my question. So I know in it talks about learning from the resources and the information that we've had in the past. So I'm just wondering, I know this is something we heard before, that we'll learn from the segregated information that we're getting. So I'm just kind of wondering what our movement forward is with that. Oh, and I'll ask Associate Director Salmini.
Thank you, and I'll ask Superintendent Fowler to please answer.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmini, and through you, Chair Shuttleworth, and to you, Chair Shuttleworth. So our work is already underway with all stakeholders. Last year, during the 2021-2022 school year, we relaunched the Code of Conduct lessons. The survey data that we'd received indicated that there was a bit of a gap in awareness and understanding of the Code of Conduct. And so a really amazing team of K-12 educators, including classroom teachers, developed ready-to-use activities, resources, and materials based upon current teaching practice, specifically focused on the diverse learning needs of the students within the Halton District School Board. So each year, this is a refresh, and these lessons are quite extensive, and they do engage the entire school community in helping to build positive, safe, and inclusive classrooms and schools. The work also continues this year, and shortly we will be bringing forward a new HDSB bullying prevention and intervention plan that aligns with PPM 144, and that recognizes school communities that are really well positioned to respond to all forms of bullying and to educate students on bullying prevention, promoting healthy relationships, noticing troubling behaviors in students, and addressing incidents of hurt and harm through connections with children. In addition to this, we engage all administrators annually in progressive discipline approaches, the application of mitigating circumstances, understanding bias and procedural fairness, as well as the inclusion and the role that parent and student voice plays in understanding incidents of hurt and harm. And finally, I'd like to draw attention to our school improvement planning goals for this year, especially in the area of well-being. And this year we are specifically addressing these disproportionate outcomes, and we're looking to increase success and safety, well-being, and a sense of belonging for all students through the focus of a whole person approach and the creation of identity-affirming spaces and strategies that are going to help to create positive climates and a sense of belonging for all students. So lots of things are happening. And as I said, I think the work last year, I was really, really impressed when I arrived as a new superintendent and reviewed the materials that were created as part of the Code of Conduct lessons. It's really extensive, and it really does center student identity and lived experiences.
Thank you, and I really appreciated hearing that it was a whole school approach, because I know often when we think of expulsions and suspensions, we look at the student, but we need to look at everybody's role and how it works out. So I appreciate that answer. Thank you very much. Trustee Rocha.
Thank you. So through the chair, that was my second question, so I'll ask my first question. In reference to the suspension expulsion report, there's a line in it that reads, moving forward, we are looking to address the disproportionate outcomes of our students who identify as Black and Indigenous, gender diverse, sexually diverse, and students with IEPs. So if we're looking at to address the disproportionate outcomes, do we have stats right now what as far as the rates are of expulsion and suspension for the different groups, and how disproportionate are we?
It's a great question. As I mentioned, I am a new superintendent, so I'm just going to ask, I do know we do have the data, and I could share it because I know it. Is that something that's publicly, like I'm looking for some support from a colleague here. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't sharing anything. So our data would indicate, we do have the data. It would range. I do believe our disproportionality is specific. It's under 2 times. It's at the most, it's 1.7 times more likely to be suspended or to report incidents of bullying, that type of thing. And it would range, again, off the top of my head, I can't get you the specific number, but nothing is more than 1.7 times. So that means that for it is very disproportionate, right? So it's not something that it is a gap, and we definitely need to address it. So I can bring back the very specific data next time.
Thank you. Trustee Oliver.
I did not put my hand up, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to guess. Sorry, it must be Trustee Ruggiero?
Yes, thank you. So through the chair, I was wondering if the board is looking to consider student perspective, particularly on marginalized voices, to create these positive climates and to address the data of these students being more likely to be suspended, and kind of is the board looking to include student voice, and what is that going to look like if you can address that? Thank you.
So through you, Chair Shuttleworth, to Trustee Ruggiero. Absolutely. I spoke a little bit more briefly about the role that student voice, parent voice, and teacher voice as well plays within a school environment. So definitely those are front and center as schools look to address their board goals, their goals for their school that are part of their well-being specifically. And the strategies and actions that we have shared with schools, or will be sharing with schools, I should say, because it's coming, definitely do identify the need to include voices of our marginalized students and families, and to make sure that they are at the table with regards to any decision making and the work that they do. So it is an active piece within a school individually. As a board, I do know that the Code of Conduct refresh certainly did include various focus groups, and that's something we'll look to continue. So as we roll out our bullying prevention intervention plan, again, we will be seeking feedback from groups of students who are disproportionately impacted. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think there are any more questions. And just quickly checking, were there any other items that were wanting to be pulled before we move on? Okay, so then, are there any objectives in approving the consent agenda as it stands? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. And now we are up to item 5.0, our student trustee report. Trustees Ruggiero and Wang, do you have a report for us this evening?
We do.
Awesome, go ahead.
Good evening, trustees, staff, students, and parents. I hope everyone had a lovely long weekend and a great Thanksgiving to those who celebrate. Trustee Wang and I are excited to update the board on our progress to launch the Student Senate, the Student Equity Committee, and our preparation for the upcoming OSTA-ACO Fall General Meeting. I'll pass it on to Trustee Wang.
All right, thank you. On September 29th, Trustee Ruggiero and I, along with System Principal Shalita Walker and VP Louisa Botello, held our first Student Equity Committee meeting of the school year. During this meeting, we discussed our mission and focus of what the composition of the committee should look like as the year goes by. We established that the core purpose of this committee is to have board representation of student voice pertaining to equity, and we want to enable students through this committee across the system to be able to lend their voices and lived experiences when we're seeking board-wide solutions to issues of inequities that impact the student experience, because it's important that the main stakeholder of these decisions are involved when we're talking about solutions to issues that they face. And so a large focus of this meeting as well was on what membership of this committee will look like and how that should be determined. Currently, we're working on the application and are thinking about allowing different kinds of submissions outside of written answers to be submitted, such as voice notes and videos, so that we have a perhaps more equitable process so that students can play to what's comfortable to them, and also potentially doing interviews. The composition of this committee, as its name suggests, will be mostly students from intermediate and secondary grades. And we're leaning towards an absolute maximum of about 40 members and limiting members by region. The rationale for this is that individual school representation isn't necessarily important within this committee because first, we have Student Senate, and second, because school representation isn't vital when we're achieving the goals of this committee. But we would still like to take into account the diverse experiences that students from generally different regions can bring to the table. Currently, our main goal is to begin to educate and promote the Student Equity Committee for a target launch in February. We're also hoping that once students join this committee, they will participate in an equity training so that this committee is able to achieve its goals with knowledge and with an equitable approach. And additionally, for the past few weeks, our committee members have been working towards this goal by working on our application, developing communication plans such as social media promotion and video pieces about this committee, as well as a potential website about this committee. With the help of System Principal Shalita Walker and VP Louisa Botello again, we have also determined our 4 staff facilitators or teacher representatives for this school year for this committee. I sincerely apologize for any mispronunciations that I may make at this time, but I would love to mention who these teachers are because they are taking part in such vital work and have stepped up into a role that is going to help so many students bring their diverse voices to a board-wide level. Our elementary teacher reps are Tanisha Forbes Bunzies from P.L. Robertson, Mina Johal from Ann J. MacArthur, and Kulud Aga Khan from Irma Coulson. And our secondary teacher rep is Navi Manners from White Oaks. A huge thank you once again to these teachers for taking on this role, and we can't wait to have them participate in our future meetings. Our next meeting is going to be on Wednesday, November 2nd from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. And if any board staff would like to sit in, we sincerely welcome you to join us. I will pass it back to Trustee Ruggiero to talk about our Student Senate recruitment for this year.
Thank you, Trustee Wang. As Student Senate recruitment and the start of Student Senate begins very soon, our main message tonight is Student Senate recruitment. So over the past couple of weeks, names have been trickling in from staff and principals across the board, but we've noticed fewer schools have submitted their representatives. Student Senate plays an essential role with student voice and governance within the HDSB, and it is critical that students are represented from all schools to build a Senate reflective of the more than 66,000 students within the HDSB. We are working with our staff advisors to remind principals about appointing senators and about the amazing opportunity it has for HDSB students. Having said this, I believe this dip in application is due to the fact there's been an increase of interest for the position. Many students have seen the fantastic work Senate has done over the last few years and are overall more knowledgeable about the role and leading to an increased competition. In addition, the draft Student Senate selection guide that was launched to principals and administrators prompted them to reevaluate their school's application process to consider students of all lived experiences and achievements, which has also led to a slight delay. That's certainly the case at my high school, where applications are just wrapping up due to a collective partnership between student council and student administration to select their senators. In any case, we look to send a list of schools to each of the trustees here and their wards to help us in the journey to select senators. We hope to count on your support in encouraging schools to nominate student senators for this year, and the deadline to appoint senators is this Friday, October 14th. I'll pass it back over to Trustee Wang.
All right, so following up on Student Senate recruitment, we're going to also talk about our first Student Senate meeting that is coming up Tuesday, October 18th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. The elementary session is going to take place from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., sorry. The elementary session will take place from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. The joint session with both elementary and secondary senators will be from 7 to 8, and then the secondary session will take place from 8 to 9. The meeting will be held virtually through Google Meet, but as the year progresses, we will have more in-person meetings, and the locations of these meetings can be found in the email that was sent on behalf of Trustee Ruggiero and I to all grade 7 to 12 students and their parents. Trustees are welcome to attend, and we are so glad to have Director Ennis and Associate Director Salmini join us for this meeting. We know that the senators are very eager to get to meet them and will learn a lot from them and what they have to say. We will begin with attendance, introductions, and icebreakers, and then the senators will have the opportunity to engage in a Q&A session with Director Ennis and Associate Director Salmini during the joint session, which last year was one of the highlights of Student Senate according to some of our senators. During the individual sessions, so the elementary session and the secondary session, we will be introducing executive rules and holding the norm setting session. Continuing from last year's Senate, we will be focusing on collaboratively setting Senate norms or values with our incoming Student Senate. We hope that this session is an opportunity for us to create a shared set of values and principles, including the opinions and voices of our senators, and that Student Senate will follow it to ensure that we are collaboratively cultivating a positive, equitable and inclusive Senate environment. We may be reaching out for support and guidance from staff for this norm setting session shortly. Hopefully, if we're looking to do that, hopefully we'll do it in the next few days to conduct this type of session in the most equitable manner possible. Trustee Ruggiero and I have been preparing for our first Student Senate meeting by sending out welcome packages as we get names of our incoming senators, setting up a Google Classroom for this year's Senate, and tracking incoming senators with the help of our staff advisors. Additionally, we have also created a social media post for our Student Senate Instagram account at HDSB Student Senate to promote joining Senate. We extend an invite to everyone here to join our Senate meeting, which is once again going to be on October 18th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And we can't wait to meet our student senators next week. I will pass it back to Trustee Ruggiero to talk about the Mental Health Leadership Committee motion, which we'll also be presenting at this first meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Wang. So during our first Student Senate meeting, Trustee Wang and I will be motioning the launch of the Student Senate Mental Health and Wellbeing Leadership Task Force, with the main purpose to address the void of student perspective within HDSB mental health strategy through fostering a dialogue regarding mental health issues that commonly affect HDSB students. This Senate motion originated from dialogue between mental health staff, Superintendent Barnes, to build a platform for students to guide mental health policy and to ensure that students are actively engaged in mental health promotion activities. The HDSB Student Mental Health Task Force is in alignment with the HDSB multi-year strategic plan under the Mental Health and Wellbeing pillar to strengthen and foster caring environments that promote student well-being, the HDSB Mental Health Wellbeing Strategy Plan to aim to eliminate discriminatory barriers due to colonialism and systematic oppression, to ensure that mental health and well-being of all of our students, and that students are actively engaged within mental health promotion activities, along with the HDSB Human Rights, Equity, and Accountability Plan, the way forward. We look forward to the launch of this motion into the Student Senate, and we would like to thank Trustee Oliver and Trustee Reynolds for supporting us in formulating this motion and bringing it to our student senators. We look forward to bringing this committee to our trustees and staff and board members to hear their feedback. So I would like to pass it over to Trustee Wang to touch upon the upcoming OSTA-ACO conference.
super excited for that motion. But now talking about the OSTA-ACO upcoming conference. So on October 20th, Trustee Roger and I will be heading off to Toronto for the upcoming OSTA-ACO Fall General Meeting. This conference extends over 3 days, and the agenda for it is incredible, to say the least. Trustee Roger and I are so excited to see our fellow student trustees across the province once again and become professionally developed. Trustee Roger and I are both chairs for 2 working groups within OSTA-ACO, and on October 8th, so a few days ago, we took part in the Transitional Working Group Conference to prepare for our roles. We will both be leading presentations and meetings for our respective working groups at the upcoming conference. This year, I'm the Ontario Student Voice Awards Working Group Co-Chair, and I just want to share with you all really quickly what that is. So the Ontario Student Voice Awards, or OSVAs for short, are a series of scholarships given annually to outstanding graduating grade 12 students across Ontario. OSVAs are a way for the Ontario Student Trustees to give back to the most exceptional students in our province. My co-chair and I are currently in the process of developing an application process for this year for these scholarships, and we're also looking to promote these scholarships within school boards, so you can expect to hear from me again later this year about these scholarships and how I hope our schools can engage with this process as well. I will hand it back over to Trustee Ruggiero to talk about his working group and how they are preparing.
Thank you, Trustee Wang. I eagerly await the OSTA-ACO FGM to engage with student trustees across the province in themes of equity and inclusion through my role as the working group co-chair for those themes. We are in the process of planning a wide array of ideas to engage students across Ontario to inform them on topics relating to equity, anti-racism, 2S LGBTQ+ issues, and more in our schools. And we are there to advocate for equitable and inclusive practices within Ontario education. We're extremely excited to take part in such a wonderful opportunity this October, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great.
And so in closing, as the deadline for Student Senator nominations approaches, Trustee Roger and I encourage all students to check out the Student Senate through our Instagram, at the HCSB Student Senate, and through our website, and to also look out for future opportunities to be involved. Just like last year, we'll be opening up subcommittees to people outside of Senate, and so you can expect to hear about those later this year. We are so excited for our first Senate meeting on the 18th, and we thank you for listening to our report, and we are happy to answer any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for our student trustees? I'm keen to know what it looks like to be professionally developed. That's not a question that needs an answer. Thank you so much, both Trustee Wang and Trustee Roger. Actually, I do have one other question quickly. I'm sorry. So with the applications for Student Senate that are coming out, do you have any tools in place to try to engage those students who aren't the ones that usually want to get engaged with everything? So sort of the students that sit back, 'cause, you know, I always think about student senators, they're the go-getters and the achievers, but is there any way to try and engage those students who might not always be the first ones to put up their hand? Go ahead, Trustee Ruggiero.
Thank you. Through the chair to the chair. That's an excellent question, and it's something that Trustee Wang and I are actively trying to explore through the Student Senate Selection Guide. And so really this document, which we presented to administrators, looks on valuing lived experiences of students within HDSB and considering the students who are not always available to participate in extracurricular activities and are unable to engage a lot of the work that that typical senators would partake in. So we're kind of beginning that process of figuring out how do we engage those students who aren't typically the first to raise their hand through the draft student selection guide. And we hope to bring this and the reflections from administrators from this year as they are looking and considering this guide as a benchmark for revitalizing application processes in the future on their feedback. And we also look towards bringing this to the Student Senate and gathering student feedback on how we can engage students who are often not the first person to raise their hand and are unable to participate in a lot of extracurriculars due to factors out of their control. I would like to pass it over to Trustee Wang for.
Yeah, so speaking on top of that, I would imagine that, you know, in terms of willingness, if even at this point with like the guidelines that we put out in place and with like the amount of social media promotion that we've been doing, if they're not like kind of engaged or willing to apply for these positions at that point, they may have personal reasons for doing so. And so I would imagine that we would engage those types of students, the ones who just aren't thinking about applying to Senate at all, once we have officially launched our Senate and through our like subcommittees and through our meetings. You know, there are several things that our subcommittees do throughout the year that would appeal to the average student who isn't exactly seeking to engage with leadership opportunities, who isn't exactly ready for the type of commitment or unable to commit to that type of commitment that being a student senator takes. And so if in terms of like just engaging the average student, we are hoping to do that through our subcommittees and with our senators, like discussions and opinions, thinking about what our subcommittees can do and events that we can launch or initiatives that we can launch in order to just engage this wider student community at the HCSB.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you so much for your report. I have the 18th in my diary, so I will see you at Senate next Tuesday. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we're going to take a quick 10-minute break just for a little stretch. So if we come back at 9:20, and I'll see you all then. Thank you very much. Ratification of business transacted in private session. Vice Chair Harrison, do we have any business from private session that requires approval?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have one motion, and I will just grab that for the group here. It is as follows. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve matters from private session October 12th, 2022 respecting property matters, and that's report 22115, and I so move.
And Trustee Oliver, would you like to second that motion?
I do, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any objections to approving this motion? Seeing none, it is approved by unanimous consent. So we are now up to item 6.2 for action on October the 12th, 2022. First on the agenda is item 6.2.1, the school naming policy and governance procedure. Trustee Rocha and Trustee Collard are covering this. I will read the motion. I'm just concerned for time with this. Be it resolved that the school naming and renaming policy appended to report 22109 be adopted and that all prior versions be revoked. Be it resolved that the school naming and renaming governance procedure appended to report 22109 be adopted and that all prior versions be revoked. Trustee Rocha, would you like to speak to this, please?
Yeah, I'll be brief, seeing as how this has come to the board before. A working group of the governance committee was formed in May. It consisted of trustees Amos, Daniele, Gray, Oliver, and myself. We reviewed the policy based on the criteria set forth in the report attached. 3 of the items received unanimous consent, and we were able to bring a revised policy. It has very minor changes to it. I think the biggest change is if you look in your report under rationale, under guiding principles, we added the consideration of equity, diversity, and inclusion. And the other big one was the consideration not be given to proposed names with that reference catastrophic events. And looking at the governance procedure, we tightened it up quite considerably, and it flows much better. The 2 biggest wins are the nomination process, and we also added a opening in case any of the proposed names brought forth in the report are not to the don't have any support from the trustees. We now have the option to return the report for further information. And with that, the revised policy and governance procedure are attached, and that's what we'd like to put forward. One friendly amendment, this was my fault for not catching this. I did allude to it at our last board meeting, and that is in the policy under guiding principles, the proposed school names must, for item A, just the addition of the words students, staff, and community. So I will, if I may, make a friendly amendment to the motion in place, and that is, be it resolved that the school naming and renaming policy appended to report 22109 be amended by adding the words students, staff, and community after HDSB under section 2A, proposed school names, so that it reads, reflect a positive image for the Halton District School Board, students, staff, and community.
Sorry, going back to the original motion, Trustee Amos, would you like to move that motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Trustee Daniele, would you like to second that motion?
Thank you. Yes, I would.
Okay. Is there any debate regarding this motion? Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. Just a few things for clarification, and my thanks to Trustee Collard for explaining to me that the provision about naming schools after people is not part of the decision that we're making tonight, because we are having PD on it. And again, my thanks to Trustee Collard, for the time that she spent putting this in the version that it is in. But I would be remiss, it's mentioned in the report, but I would be remiss if I didn't recognize and acknowledge the people that spent their summer working on this, and that would be the naming committee of trustees Rocha, Gray, Oliver, myself, and in particular Trustee Amos. The amount of work that she did as the chair of this committee during the summertime when she could have been taking a break was absolutely astronomical. So I want to extend my thanks to the committee members as well as the chair, Trustee Amos, who did such a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Daniele. And yes, our thanks do go out to the subcommittee that chaired or looked at this issue, particularly Trustee Amos. Trustee Grabentz.
Yes, thank you through the chair. My question is about the point about being unable to support the recommended names, and I'm just trying to picture in my head how to operationalize that. Will there be a question coming forward at the meeting right off the bat saying, are we able to support any name, or like how is that operationalized going through the process? Okay.
May I respond? The governance procedure does outline, it says, at the first board meeting at which the naming of a school is to be considered, a discussion shall be held on the recommended names in the report. If the board is unable to support the recommended names, a motion may be made to return the report to the school naming committee for alternate names. So that decision will be made through the discussion that is had on the names that have been brought forward in the first meeting.
Okay, so just for clarification, it'll be more like an informal discussion rather than a vote on whether names can be supported or not.
No, there would be no vote. The vote would be on whether or not to return the report. There would be a vote on returning the report.
Thank you.
Trustee Reynolds.
Through the chair, thank you. Actually, my first question was the handling of this procedural consideration. So may I just get clarification, please, that the one element that is still to be, I want to say, discussed or debated, whether school names will be continued to be named after people, would be, it could come back to our board subsequent to the PD session. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I do have a follow-up because I think it's important for our, it's okay, sorry, just to clarify, how is that being considered in the motion? And should that be more clear in our, in the recommendation that, you know, that we approve, because I'm struggling with approving it right now without that debate or discussion on that element.
May I respond?
Please.
We are approving the work that has been completed to date, and all of that work was unanimously supported at our last committee of the whole meeting. And we agreed at that committee of the whole meeting that we would pursue professional development on naming schools after people, and that we would make the decision on whether or not we wanted to make changes to the governance procedure and the policy after that professional development was received. So this is not any different from what was agreed to at committee of the whole.
Great, thank you. I did want clarity because it doesn't read like that in the report. So I wanted absolute clarity that piece. But I do have a question to the director, if I may, please. In our PD that is scheduled this week, is there Is there an agenda for this training, and would this training result in any new information that could inform a different decision going forward?
Thank you. I'm going to ask our Human Rights and Equity Advisor, Nagra, to please respond to this.
Sure. Through the chair and to staff. My role in facilitating the PD around school naming is not to provide a position to the trustees. It's to stay away from the policy aspect itself, but to reflect upon environmental scan of school naming, what other industries and institutions are doing around naming and using persons, and just speak to other aspects of the totality of impact of a school name, including persons, with respect to community, staff, students. And so it will not be engaging in trying to advocate in any way, shape, or form one position versus another position. That's not my role as a facilitator. It's just providing some PD.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to attending.
Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I just have to, again, I want to be really clear here. It seems to me that what we have tonight is a motion before us regarding the board policy and also the governance procedure, but that we acknowledge that there's one part that hasn't been flushed out, hasn't been totally agreed to. And so I'm wondering, would there be consideration given to delaying any decision about this tonight, given that we haven't got it totally flushed out, and given that there's PD that's happening this week, and that we would be able to move forward maybe more confidently, that we've got it all wrapped up, tidied, if you would, wrapped up with a bow even, in the sense of where we're heading next. I recognize that we are running out of board meeting dates in this current term. However, it seems most unusual to move forward with something that isn't completely intact or agreed to at this time. Something for which there hasn't yet even been a debate on the floor about. So if someone could answer that for me, that would help me to understand where we sit with this. Thank you.
Trustee Collard.
Thank you. Through you to Trustee Gray. The reason why this is coming forward in the way that it is because we agreed at Committee of the Whole to bring it forward in this way so that the work that has been completed can become our new policy and governance procedure going forward, because everyone around the table agreed with the changes that have been proposed so far. The PD will be occurring Thursday and Friday of this week, and this discussion regarding naming of schools after people can be held at Committee of the Whole next week, which would give lots of time for another report to come back to trustees prior to the end of our term, and if there is the will to do so after we've had the PD and the discussion. We just wanted to make sure that the work that had been done and that had been unanimously agreed to was actually completed. The one piece that remains will be tackled next week at Committee of the Whole.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Collard. Just one last follow-up question, if I could. Have you ever, and I look to the more experienced trustees in the room, have you ever had an instance before where we have had a situation where we've, approved something, but knowing that we are actually going to look at a part of it only within days later? I just wonder, I know that I'm listening to Trustee Collard, and thank you very much that we had agreed to, moving this forward. But I just wonder if it's a necessary step at this time. But if you've got examples of other instances where this has happened before and it's a process that we have followed, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
During my first term, there was a working group, mostly of staff, but also with trustees and community members, looking at the delivery of French, and 3/4 of the report was approved in one meeting, and then there was more work done, and the fourth item never came back because the group agreed not to bring it back. But this was the way it was done for that particular report, and that would have been brought by then Superintendent Blackwell, who later became Associate Director. So this was about 9 years ago.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? All right, seeing none. If you could please cast your votes, thank you.
Trustee Garrett approves.
Gray approves.
Okay, there you go. Trustee Oliver? Awesome. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, slowly but surely. We're now up to item 6.2.2, the trustee honoraria, report number 22114. For this motion, I'm going to have to ask somebody to move to suspend the rules, as this will be needed to be voted on tonight in order for it to make its October 15th deadline. Who is that? That's when it's effective. So, Trustee Garrett?
I could move that.
All right, thank you very much. And Trustee Rocha will second. So can we please vote on suspending the rules?
Trustee Garrett, yes.
Gray, yes.
Trustee Oliver, yes.
Point of order. I am not seeing the piece. Oh, there it is now. Thanks.
Trustee Oliver, you did say yes, correct?
That's right.
Awesome. That's great. So that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So I will now put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve trustee honoraria effective November 15th, 2022, as noted in Appendix A of the trustee honoraria policy. Trustee Grabantz, would you like to move this motion?
I would. Thank you very much.
And Trustee Rocha, would you like to second it? Thank you. Is there any discussion or debate? I don't know if Superintendent Nagoy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Do you have anything you'd like to speak to this?
Sure. Just in summary, and through the chair to all trustees, this year we have to move a little quicker with the approval of the trustee honoraria for the next 12-month term, which starts on November 15th. And in accordance with the Ontario regulation and our trustee policy, we are required for the board to approve the honoraria amount for next term. The report contains the appended policy. There's no changes to the policy other than the updated Appendix A, which outlines the amounts. As a reminder, the honoraria is calculated in accordance with the regulation and based on the enrollment estimates for the prior year, so for 2021-2022, which were determined back in June of 2021. And there's no other changes to the policy other than the amounts. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Oliver.
I did not put my hand up.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none. Okay. Trustee Reynolds?
Trustee Garrett, yes.
Thank you.
Gray, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that, Chair. This is coming in very delayed.
All right. Thank you very much, Phil. You have now voted, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we are now up to item 7.0, communication to the board. We have for action at our next meeting of October 26th, delegations, policy, and governance procedure by Trustee Rocha and Trustee Collard. Would either of you like to speak to this quickly?
Thank you. We discussed this briefly at committee as a whole last month, and it's before you now with the summary of changes itemized in the report. I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, thank you very much. So that will come back to us on October the 26th. We're now up to information reports for October the 12th, which there are none. And 7.3, notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion for this evening? Seeing none, we're now up to the directors or associate directors report. We've got the Climate Ready School opening, Oakville Northeast #1 update, and mental health first aider program launch.
And one brief other.
And one brief other.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Superintendent Godet, please, to please share the Climate Ready School opening information with us. Very exciting.
Yeah, thanks. It was a great day held on October 6th, organized by Principal Hales, attended by past principals and past superintendents of facilities that initiated some of this work. Our partners and donors were there. Chair of the board attended, as did some senior staff, and we were greeted and hosted to a tour of the new school grounds by staff and impressive student ambassadors. And it was nice to see our international landscape architect, Birgit Teichmann, attend and lead the walkthrough and talks about the design at the 5 stations that we stopped at. Our partner Evergreen, as well as the donors, were there. And this is our first Climate Ready school in Canada, so quite a success. Balsam Foundation, Intact Financial, and anonymous donors participated, as well as other key funders with in-kind support. And also the construction teams were present. The highlights for me included the excited student use of the grounds while the tours were going on. They couldn't wait to get on the equipment and try out the amenities. The student choir, voice, dance, and their energy were fantastic, as were the student speeches, which ended in a ribbon cutting and followed up with a school open house, which was fantastic.
Thank you very much for that report. It was certainly a great time for all of us that were there, and for me too. It was watching the kids, get out and onto the playground and the enthusiasm. That was wonderful. So I'm going to ask General Manager Thebo to please, I think he's online, to come and speak to Oakville Northeast number 1 high school update.
Evening, everyone. So I'll just provide a little bit of a brief update with regards to the high school. On September 6th, the developers that are administering the development application for Oakville Northeast number 1 on behalf of the board proceeded with obtaining their official plan amendment and it being approved. So this relocated the symbol from its previous location at Neagao and Dundas over to Burnhamthorpe and the 6th line. So we were successful in that. The subsequent zoning bylaw as well as the draft plan subdivision approval are going to occur probably in the new year. Those were delayed as we're still working through some of the servicing requirements that need to be fleshed out before we can get those approvals. Just a note too, you may have recognized that there was a news article that was recently provided last week with regards to some of the discussions that were had at council pertaining to traffic in and around the site and some of the concerns expressed by residences along Loyalist Trail. Just advise trustees, this was a number of residences just having concerns with regards to truck traffic being designated within the Loyalist Trail area, which is in their residential neighborhood, which is going to be, in one way temporary because we're still waiting for William Halton Parkway to be developed. And on the other note, there's also some employment uses that are there. There'll be continued use in traffic. Some of the concerns were whether or not we had completed traffic impact studies for our development application, which we have, and it does address the future traffic that's anticipated within the area. But overall, the board, or at least as far as we're concerned, we have no concerns as to how this would impact the school, as many of our secondary schools are located on these arterial roads, such as this one. And just to note, the concerns were not adjacent to, but they were actually on the other side of the street for where our school site is located. So that's just a quick little update, and we'll be happy to provide additional ones as we move through the approvals process on this project. Happy to take any questions.
No questions. Thank you, General Manager Thebo. We have Superintendent Taha, please, speaking to Mental Health First Aider Program launch.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmini, through you, Chair Shuttleworth, to senior team and trustees. I'm very excited to announce that we will be making this idea a reality now, introducing the volunteer mental health first aiders for staff and providing them with mental health first aid training. The program will ensure that there are first aiders at each HDSB location, be it a school or a work site, and they will provide assistance to a person developing a mental health problem or experiencing a mental health crisis or a worsening of their mental health. And as I mentioned, each school and work site will have at least 2 mental health first aiders, at least that's the objective. The training will allow trainers to recognize poor mental health, how to respond to a person experiencing poor mental health, and how to provide guidance and support to create a supportive work environment. The training will happen throughout the month of November. It'll be one full day of training, and future dates will then be arranged after the winter break. I want to really give a big thank you to the Human Resources Department, in particular the Health and Wellness area under the leadership of Manager Lisa Kada and her team for making this idea become a reality, as well as the Superintendent Dean Barnes and his team for assisting and facilitating this initiative, and also our union partners who really influenced our thinking and assisted us in making this a reality, in particular EDFO and under the leadership of President Lisa Klomkowski. So we're very excited about this happening, and our first training will be happening next week for the HR department. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have a final item in the director's report, and unfortunately it's some sad news. Alan Payne, a teacher at TA Blakelock, passed away this past weekend after a battle with cancer. Alan's passion for computers and sharing his interest in design coveted Halton's launch of our Cisco program 20 years ago. We really feel badly for the TA Blakelock family community at this time, and also for Alan's family. They're in our thoughts at this very difficult time. And if we could please observe a moment of silence in memory of Alan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmini.
And that concludes the director's report for this evening.
All right, 7.5, communication from the chair. There's no letters received this week. 7.6, do we have any committee reports this evening? 7.7, trustee questions and comments. Do any trustees have any questions or comments that need to be addressed? Trustee Reynolds.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess I have a comment and a question from the community. Recently, there was a tree that had to be taken down at one of the schools, Lakeshore Public School. A significant branch dropped from I want to say an 80-year-old silver maple, and dropped during school and actually damaged playground apparatus. Luckily, no one was hurt, and I have to applaud our Principal Clark for an outstanding, I would say, communication and crisis management in terms of getting, the area secured, communication to the community. She did a phenomenal job, and I have to tell you, I heard from community members who were so impressed because old growth trees, they do die and they have a lifespan, and that's not the first one in wards 1 and 2 that has fallen or had to be taken down in the last couple of years. So I guess my question is, I was hoping that through the associate director, we could share the school board's proactive approach to tree risk assessments, how they are handled in a proactive manner, and are they carried out by certified arborists, who I believe need to have obtained the tree risk assessment qualification credentials. I'm asking this question on behalf of a group of parents who were very concerned that the tree servicing is handled by our board and done so in a very proactive manner.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Reynolds. I believe that Superintendent Gaudet is prepared to respond to that question.
Thank you for the question through the chair to Trustee Reynolds and all trustees. One of the fortunate things about Burlington is that it is old growth and has some beautiful old age trees, but certainly this is one of the negative repercussions. We did have a large branch that I think was 2 feet in diameter, quite a length, and weighed about 1,000 pounds that came down to the ground. One of the, so we do use a certified arborist, and we contract that service out to do annual inspections of all of our school sites. They're completed during the summertime, so inspections were just completed. They identify hazards in kind of like a triage system. Hazard 1 is the worst, and we've just wrapped up cleaning up all of the worst hazards in our system, and now we're working through level 2, and then we'll move on to level 3, hopefully before the snow flies. So in this case, I think one of the contributing factors is that these inspections are done from the ground. And with these taller old growth trees, what we are learning is that some of the leaves that fall tend to lay in between the branches that span out, and the leaves actually contribute to rot and deteriorate, and whether they kill the tree, I'm not certain, but they certainly have an impact on the tree and the health of the branches that can't be seen from the ground. So this is certainly concerning, especially with taller, larger trees, and something that maybe a little tidbit. We have been working with OSB on a unique program. OSB's our insurer. They're piloting, and they used Halton District School Board to look at drone use to do site inspections. I wonder if this might be something that we could contemplate, depending on the time of year. You know, if you could see through the tree canopy and start to identify this as a potential. But certainly, yes, we do have a very proactive program. Our arborists are certified, and this is a very unfortunate event that thankfully didn't turn out worse.
Thank you so much for clarifying.
Thank you. Trustee Gray?
Yes, through the chair, thank you very much. A few weeks ago, I indicated to the members of the board and senior staff that there was potentially some exciting news to share regarding the Halton Learning Foundation. And in fact, there is exciting news. It was just announced this week that the Halton Hills Chamber of Commerce announced their Business Excellent Award winners, and the Association of the Year nonprofit was awarded to the Halton Learning Foundation. Now, what's really, really important to remember about this is that the big news about this award is that it's selected by the Chamber of Commerce executives right across Canada. And so it's a reflection of just how well the nomination of the HLF was received by other chamber executives. And I have to say that we must be so very proud of this recognition of our charitable arm here at the Halton District School Board, given that the Halton Learning Foundation is being honored in this way. And they will be receiving this award and all the accolades next Wednesday night at the Granite Ridge Golf Course in a special celebration evening for all award winners. So congratulations to the Halton Learning Foundation, led by Leslie Mansfield and her staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gray, for sharing that wonderful information with us. There are no other questions, so we are now on to public questions. During the pandemic, we made a commitment to ensure that on the HDSB website there was a link to ensure public engagement with our meetings. Vice Chair Harrison, were there any questions this evening?
Yes, Madam Chair. Through you, there was one question, and I would just reiterate that the purpose of the questions that come to the board are to answer questions related to governance. So that is questions that are within the purview of trustees. For other questions, they should be directed to, if it's a classroom thing, to the teachers or to the principal, administration in the school, and if need be, to the superintendents, associate director, and director for operational matters. So there was one question that came through. It was an operational matter related to dress codes. And I would just remind everybody that trustees did request a report to come forward to the board related to considerations around dress codes. And we're expecting that in the coming short term. Maybe I can just ask Associate Director Salmini if there's any updates in terms of timing.
I'm going to ask Superintendent Taha to respond to that.
Thanks, Associate Director Salmini. Through Chair Shuttleworth to Vice Chair Harrison, the report for information with respect to dress code should be coming to board in November. First meeting in November is the scheduled date.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, Chair Shuttleworth, there are no other questions from the public at this time.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to remind people that in order to be heard by the Board of Trustees, you have the question and answer portion of the meeting where questions need to be submitted online through the QR code at the back or through the computer. You can also delegate the board, and optionally you can reach out directly to your local trustee to ask about issues of governance. Trustee contact details are available on the HDSB website. And with that, that brings us close to the end of our meeting, but I'd like to see if somebody could make a motion to move back into private session, please. Trustee Grabens, and seconded by Trustee Rocha. Oh, we have to extend first? All right, so, and extend as well, Trustee Grabens and Trustee Rocha to extend. So we'll vote on the motion to extend first and then the motion to go into private. So all those in favor of extending the meeting by half an hour, we'll say. Won't be that long. Oop.
Gray agrees.
Garrett agrees.
Reynolds in support.
Oliver in support.
Okay, it's up. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to voting to go back into private session, please.
Garrett agrees.
Gray agrees.
Reynolds in support.
Trustee Grabens. Trustee Amos.
Trustee Rocha.
Trustee Rocha.
And I think they agreed already. Wonderful, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So we will now need to clear the gallery to go back into private session. Thank you so much for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Kevin. Are we offline? We're offline? We are in camera. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, we just